Once they did it, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. Anyone can do this. And I think that's what it shows the kids.
Maybe not everybody can win,
but
I think it's gonna stand up there with one of the coolest things that a museum has ever done.
What is it, a cucumber all dressed up for a night on the town? That's pretty ridiculously funny.
The funnest part about this project is how fresh the ideas are coming from the kids who they have no idea of glass blowing techniques. They don't care.
Nobody saw this coming. We'd make one piece and it was given to the family. And then we realized, well, wait a second, there's something more here. We started to get more drawings, more interesting drawings, and it really kind of snowballed a little bit.
Bacon Boy was special. The hat almost looks like a frying pan.
Maybe he's wearing a frying pan.
bacon, baby.
It's fine.
Oh, I see.
How's that for his arm? Fingers?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it really brings it home and really shows that, there's an artist in all of us, I think. So, and it's human nature to be creative. So I think we lose that as we get older sometimes, and it's cool to see this pure creative nature that children possess. So I think it's cool to share that with the rest of the world, hopefully. So.
Thank you for supporting Kids Design Glass.
So if you come here with kids, it's free to enter the contest. Any kid 12 and under can do a drawing. Once a month, we'll pick one of the drawings and make it out of glass. There's a table in the lobby with drawing materials and entry forms. So just sit down, do your drawing, fill out the entry form, and put it in the box. So right here, this machine is called a glass lathe. They were originally made for scientific glass making, to make laboratory apparatus for chemists and things like that. So it works in a way like a wood lathe or metal lathe. The work spins, and you hold the tools against it as it spins. The big difference is that you have to get the glass hot to make it soft. So we have the torch on a little slide there, and we can point it at whatever part we want to shape, make that soft, and then we can shape. We've also attached a rubber tube so that we can blow into the glass as we shape it. You see that the artist has a tube in his mouth. He's actually blowing through that tube into the glass to inflate it while he shapes it. torches are propane and oxygen torches. When you turn off the oxygen, you get a big bushy flame like that. It's called a reducing flame. And if we just want to keep some section of the glass, it's not hot enough to really soften the glass, but it's hot enough to keep it warm and ready to shape. So over here we have Cameron, and he's making a pattern. So when we have fancy patterns in glass, we make those separately, and then we make the pattern into something else that's a part of the actual sculptural pipe. So now he's combining all these colors.
Teenage gun told us that don't play fair. Should I get out the car? I don't see Compton. I see something much worse. The land of the landmines. I came in the game with everything. I'm on.
So we're joining these two sections together. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. You need to heat the place where you're going to attach it and the thing that you're going to attach. Oh, he's got a Marini there. So we're adding a Marini. Marinis are like little glass tiles that have a pattern in them. So we make a rod. We put up Marini chop chop. So if you look up on the big screen, this is what we call Marini. So we make a rod that has a pattern going all the way through. It's kind of like a sushi roll. And then we chop off little sections, and we use each little section as a little mosaic tile. We put up picking up Marini on a collar. So we lay out these little tiles and make a mosaic pattern out of them. We melt that together, and then we roll it up into a tube, close the end of the tube, and then we have a bubble that has the mosaic pattern in it. This is a technique that dates back to the 1st or 2nd century BC. So it's an ancient Roman technique. So Cameron in his his left hand has the rod with the Marini pattern in it. And he's attached part of it to make that little tile pattern. Okay. So Anthony is making what they call a Sherlock. It's a pipe that looks like you might have Sherlock Holmes smoking it in a movie. So it's this kind of general form. They call them a Sherlock. I'm not very experienced in the flame working world, so I'm learning these things just at the same time you are.
this is the part that's going to get attached to the pipe that holds the downstem that comes in. It's a separate piece. So this thing holds that as a downstem. It's this part. Real quick. I'm making this part right here.
Okay.
And that's called the ground joint.
Ground joint?
Yep.
Okay. So over on the far left, Joe, the tall guy with the gray shirt, is making this part of the pipe. It's called the ground joint. This is something I didn't know. People make very elaborate glass sculptures, and then at the very end, when we get sort of getting it to the right temperature to put it away, we have the pipe spray.
Oh.
Because
So
when they
like-
make these, and so the thing just falls on the floor and fast
So it's like you
after
start
3 hours of working on it.
But like, do people usually get hurt like in these environments?
No, the real danger in this shop is none of the things that you would think. It's not getting cut, it's not getting burned, it's not breathing chemicals.
Yeah.
The danger in this shop is the repetitive motion injuries
Oh,
from
it's
the
like overuse
constant turning
injuries.
of the pipe.
So do you see a lot of like wrist injuries and like finger?
Carpal tunnel syndrome,
Yeah.
in the elbow, things like that. That's what gets rid of us. I don't know. I don't know I've seen people think that we get burned a lot or we get cut a lot or we breathe weird chemicals. I don't know anybody who suffers from that kind of thing. But I do know plenty of people that have carpal tunnel or tennis elbow. Or,
Just like constant spinning and
well, the constant spinning and the weight being so far out on the end of the pipe.
with a long lever arm. Yeah, like
Yeah.
holding it up.
Like having the fat guy on the end of the piece.
Of course, it makes sense. Yeah. Okay.
So so that's the kind of things that get to the glass tunnel.
What do you do? What are you doing nowadays?
When you make a big solid piece like that, does that have to be annealed for a longer period of time? It's all clear with color on the surface. And so that marble is going to go on this pipe here that Nick is making? This is Nick, Annealed Innovations. He's making a collaborative pipe with Cameron. Oh, with Scott. Oh, sorry. Oh, right. Okay. So Scott, or ScoMo, has been making mushrooms, and we're going to add the mushrooms to this pipe here. Does anybody have any questions? Yes. Because they're borosilicate, and it's a very low expansion glass, so they're not as susceptible to cracking as our glass. Eventually, he will anneal them to make sure that all the stress is out of them, but they're not as touchy as our glass is. Yes, it's called borosilicate glass. You might know it by the name Pyrex, and it's a very low expansion glass, and that's why it's not. You can make glass cookware, casserole dishes, and stuff, and put them in the oven and not worry about it, because it doesn't expand very much, and so it doesn't crack when it's exposed to heat like the regular glass does. So if you just came in, this is our flame working weekend. We've invited a number of pipe makers, very talented pipe makers, to come here and work in our studio. So on the left side of the studio, the center and the left, we're making a pipe out of the furnace glass, and over all these stations on the right, we're doing flame working pipes. This machine over here is called the glass lathe. It was originally made for making scientific glassware for chemistry labs and stuff like that. But it also, we can use it to make artistic stuff as well. You see there's a torch that rides on a little rail there. We can move it around till it heats up the part that we want it to shape. They're very well insulated, and we got a lot of fire in them, so it doesn't take that long to get up to temperature. So here in the center bench, we're making the stem of the pipe. And the stem is this part here, the part you suck on or blow into. So we're joining sections of different patterns and colors. Yesterday, we made all these sections. Each artist made a different section with a different color or pattern in it. We kept them warm, and now we're assembling them. Can we put up the multiple in Calmo? So we make all these hollow sections. We heat up the edges. We open them to the same diameter, heat up the edges so they're soft and sticky, and then we press them together. So leading our team today is Jeff Ballard, the dark gray shirt, at the center furnace, the glory hole. I believe just added a section, Ben Cobb, and the section that he's added is blue. All glass, when it's really hot, looks orange, no matter what color it is. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. As it cools, the orange glow disappears, and you see the true color. So Gabe, sitting to his left of the workbench, is blowing, as Jeff, sitting at the workbench, shapes the glass. We're going to bust off the little knob at the end, open it up, and then add another section. one? This one? I don't know. I think that's Nick. I can ask him. They're very expensive. Somebody's asking about the price of one of your pipes.
Oh, sure. Somebody wanted to ask?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think they're actually.
You can go over there.
So this is Nick. Nick Asterius.
Hi. How are you guys doing? Good. For this guy, so this is a collab with my friend Chance, and we're asking $3,500 for it. It's all gold and silver fume work, and then it's got like faceting around the marble there, faceting on the joints, and that kind of stuff. And then again, it's all gold and silver, so it's old school technique, but thank you very much. I'm not sure. I can ask Chris. That's Chris Carlson.
But that's pretty.
Yeah.
You know me as pretty.
These guys are $100 a piece. You're welcome.
So if you come in a little later, I'm going to turn a little bit. So we have sort of two things going on here. All the folks on the right are flame workers. They're pipe makers, and they're using borosilicate glass to make these pipes. Flame working is when you work with a bench-mounted torch, starting with pre-made tubes and rods, and you melt stuff together with those torches. On the left side of the studio, we have our furnace glass blowers. Which is the kind of glass blowing we normally do around here. And they've made a bunch of little sections with different patterns and colors in it. And we're going to assemble a big oversized pipe out of it. We put up the chalk drawing. we get rid of the, yeah, there we go. So that's the design of the pipe that we're making. That's what these guys are making on this side of the bench. Over here, Anthony at the glass lathe. He's making a type of pipe called a Sherlock, a la Sherlock Holmes. We have that kind of, I said, this style of pipe apparently is called a Sherlock, like Sherlock Holmes. So, Anthony, can you tell me a little bit about what you're doing?
This will be the stem of
The stem of the pipe? Of the.
It's gonna be like a straight pipe kind of, and I'm gonna be pushing Maria's here and on the opposite side of the green, so it'll be orange in between the two Marias, and then I'll use this piece with a large piece of green to make the tam. Right now, we're trying to get a nice even piece of tubing across.
You attach several colored tubes together, and now Anthony's taking that graphite paddle, and he's going to make it into one smooth, seamless piece. Does anybody have any questions? Yeah. You've lost me. Oh, you can blow borosilicate. Yeah. It's just they're making smallish things, and so it's more about the scale. So instead of building a big furnace that's going to hold 1,000 pounds of glass, you get the pre-made rods and tubes, and you have a table-mounted torch, and that's all your infrastructure right there. So it's suited. It's a more accessible kind of. It's a more accessible type of glass blowing because you don't need the big equipment and all that kind of stuff. At 1 o'clock today, one of our glass blowers, Joe Solfas, is going to give a talk here in the hot shop. And he'll tell you all about flame working. So, just want to let you guys know that all of our artists, our flame workers who are here today, they all have artwork in the gift shop, in our gift shop across the hall. So if anybody's interested in purchasing a beautiful sculpted pipe, it is possible. There's stuff from each of these artists. So in the center, Jeff Ballard is making what's called a collar, like a collar on your shirt. And we're going to use that to grab all the sections for our soft glass pipe. Can we put up the multiple in Como drawing? So each of the artists on this side of the studio made a little section. And we're going to assemble all the sections, and that will become the body, or what they call the can of the pipe. And the thing that we're going to pick them up with is what Jeff is making right now, and it's called a collar. So it's just a ring of glass around the end of the pipe with the hole in the end of the pipe left open. So as we attach each section, we can blow into it. Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? So now Jeff is going over to our kiln where we have the sections. Apparently they want to change something before they pick the first section up. So in the center, Jeff is reforming his collar. So now Gabe is going over to our kiln where we've made all our sections with the fancy patterns. He's going to pick one up. So this is Sarah's pattern. She's made a black glass bubble, and she's melted white glass on top of that. And when this whole pipe cools off, she's actually going to engrave through the white to make her design. So this is sort of, we would refer to as a blank. So she's just layered the black glass and the white glass, and then she's going to do the actual carving after it's cold. Yes, yes. Yes. It's not temperature at all. There's two different kinds of ovens. There's the glass furnaces and the glory holes. The glass furnaces, can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So that's the one straight ahead with the doors closed. That's what it looks like inside. So inside there's a big ceramic pot with 1,000 pounds of melted glass in it. So if we want to get glass, we go to that oven. If we just want to heat the glass up, we go to one of the round ones with the doors open. Those are called glory holes. Can we put up the glory hole diagram? So those are just for heating and softening the glass while we're working. There's no glass in them. And so each glory hole is basically a workstation. And they're all the same. All the glory holes are the same. The glory holes run at 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. The glass furnaces where we keep the molten glass, those run at 2,100. Yes. Okay. What you're, the orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. If you think about your own home, if you have an electric stove, the burners are gray. When you turn them on to cook something, they get hot. They glow orange for a little while. Turn them off, they cool down. The orange glow disappears. So that's the same thing you're seeing there. So when it gets it hot, it glows orange. And as it cools down, you start to see the true color. Does that make sense? Now we're going to add a second section. This second section, if you look up on the big screen, you'll see a nice close-up. This has a very fancy classical Italian pattern called reticello. That's R-E-T-I-C-E-L-L-O. Can we put up the reticello drawing? So if you look up on the big screen, we have a little diagram. And up in the right-hand corner, you can see the reticello pattern. It's all these crisscross lines, and in the center of each of those little squares, there's a tiny bubble. This is a classical Venetian decorative pattern, and the way you make it is you blow two bubbles. You can see on the left side of the drawing, one with the rods of colored glass twisted to the right, another bubble with the rods twisted to the left, and you blow one inside the other, and imagine my fingers are the canes, the rods of colored glass. They crisscross, and that's what forms the pattern. So it's a classic, dates back to the 1500s. Can we put up the Dante acorn? There we go. So this is a reticello piece by a local artist, Dante Marioni. And you can see that classical reticello pattern. It's very difficult to do, as you might imagine. But these guys are really good. So as we add each section, we're going to open the end up and attach the next section. So we're pinching the glass at the very tip so we have something to grab onto. We're going to stretch it out and cut some of it off and make a little hole. Now in the center, we've made a little hole in the bottom of the section that we just added. We're going to trim it off a little bit. When the glass is hot, you can actually cut it with a scissors. So in the center, Jeff is widening that opening. The tool in his hand is called the jacks, those big metal tongs. His assistant is holding a wooden paddle across the front to make the thing nice and straight.
Chosen one. I got 100 billion flows to come. I hope you know the lyrics to every single song, so when I'm at a show, everyone can sing along. My weed bag empty, bottle at its last drop. I'm feeling like this could be my last shot, but many more songs to make, cousin. So why the fuck you bugging? Yeah, just a motherfucking kid. Just a motherfucking kid.
Joe in the gray shirt is heating up the next section we're going to attach. So this section that we're warming up is by Sarah Gilbert. Where's Sarah? Sarah's standing over there in the corner. Sarah is a very talented engraver of glass. So she's made a black bubble, and she's melted on some sheets of white glass. And she's going to carve through the white glass to make her designs. We put up some of Sarah's artwork up on the big screen. This is work by Sarah Gilbert. Sarah is one of the core members of our Hot Shop team here. She's been blowing glass for 23 years. She started here as our technician, dealing with all the mechanical stuff in the shop. And I think in 2007, I believe. And now she's a core member of our Hot Shop team on the floor. When we engrave several colors of glass, it's called cameo glass. It's like a cameo in jewelry. In a cameo in jewelry, they usually find a semi-precious stone with different layers of color, and they carve back through the layers of color to make their design. So Sarah does the same thing with glass. So she has a dark layer underneath, a white layer on top, and as she carves through the white layer, the deeper she carves, the more you see the black layer underneath, and so the glass looks darker. So all this shading that you see is achieved by carving. If you look up on the big screen now, we have a little diagram. We'll show you how Sarah gets the shading in her glass. So she layers a dark colored glass and then a white colored glass over that. And as she carves through the white glass, it exposes more of the dark color underneath. So the thinner the white layer is, the darker the color appears. And so this is how she gets shading in her drawings. So now in the center, Jeff is opening Sarah's section. Can we put up the multiple in Calmo? So this is a little diagram just to show you the general process. So each of these sections we made with a different color and different patterns. And we're going to join them together one at a time to make one single bubble out of it. And then we're going to blow that into the can of the pipe. That's the main body of the pipe. Here at this workbench, Scott is making a mushroom. We're going to add mushrooms to his collaborative pipe that he's making with Nick. Over on the far left, Gabe has pulled out the next section of our pipe. So this section was made by Gabe Feenan, the man at the furnace at the glory hole on the far left. And he used a classic Italian technique called granulare. It's a mosaic design, but it's made with several different kinds of glass. And the glasses have different viscosities, so they naturally form this little bumpy pattern where one glass kind of tugs on it and one glass kind of shrinks. And it is called granulare, and it was pioneered by a Italian glass designer Carlo Scarpa. But this is 20th century. So we're going to add Gabe's section to this bubble in the center. Does anybody have any questions? You guys have any questions? So here comes Gabe with his section. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. We'll break it off the metal pipe. Put a little water on it to crack that joint. So now it has this mosaic pattern called granulare. Granulare. Each of the glass blowers on the floor made a separate section with a separate color and design, and we're joining them together. If you're having any issues hearing the narration, we have closed captioning on the screen. The acoustics in here aren't very good. They're very echoey because it's a metal cone. So if you can't understand something, look up on the bottom of the screen and you'll see it spelled out. It's not always correct, but sometimes that's funny. You can't tell the difference between a pitcher that you pour water out of and a picture that you look at. So when this just shows you that computers will not take over the earth. So as we attach each section to this bubble, then we open the end and make it the full diameter so we can attach the next section. Can we put up the multiple in Calmo drawing again? So this should give you kind of an idea of what we're up to. So we're making each different section with a different color or pattern. We're attaching them one at a time. We'll make one whole bubble out of that, and then we'll blow it up to its full size and shape and make a pipe out of it. borosilicate on the other. Oh, what? What would you say the temperature is? Pretty close, 1150. Yeah, we never get that hot. What do you use the aluminum silicate glass for? We've attached a number of the different sections, and now we're putting it in this silver oven called the garage, the silver oven with the curved side on the left side of the studio, and that's going to keep it warm until we're ready to use it again. The garage operates at half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking. It's not hot enough to make it soft. So whatever goes in the garage stays warm, holds its shape. When we're ready to use it, we'll pull it out and heat it up a little extra. It's 12:25 now. At 1 o'clock, Joel Solfas, one of our flame workers, is going to give a talk here in the hot shop. It'll be free and should be pretty interesting. I don't really know so much about their end of the world, the flame working, so I'm learning stuff as well as you are today. You know what surprised me about watching you guys is how short the glass is. It doesn't stay very soft very long. You have to have the torch. You have to have the torch on it all the time.
Right, right. And so at home, I have the ability, I can flash the whole piece, and I'll be working on a small area, like every 40 seconds, I'll kick my flame open to a big bushy propane flame, and I'll flash the whole thing to kind of bring up its heat again, and then I can go back into the detail. Where here, I'm not sure what the kiln temp and that kind of stuff, and so it's a little more scary to do it. So yeah, it's finicky. It cools down. The moment you pull it out of the kiln.
I noticed that our glass stays soft
forever. Yeah, no, for sure.
That's got to be tricky. That's got to make things hard.
It does. So it's nice when I'm at home with a larger kiln. I can work on multiple things
I just want to remind everybody at 1 o'clock, we're going to have a talk about functional glass, this kind of glass by Joe Solfas. And also just want to remind everybody that there's work from all the artists, all of our guest artists, in our gift shop across the lobby. So if you want to purchase something really cool, you can go in there and look. And they each have something in there for sale. So the artists are eating lunch right now, and most of them are anyway. And at 1 o'clock, we'll start our talk with Joe Sofas of Big Spin Glass. doesn't stay hot and soft like our glass. When we heat it up, it stays hot and soft for a while. Their glass, it doesn't. It has to. You have to have the torch right on it to make it soft. As soon as you take the torch off it, then the thing freezes up.
Put it in the oven so that it cools more slowly, right? So
Yeah, it's not as it's not as finicky in that respect as our soft glass is. We have to cool it overnight. They cool it in a couple hours. The glass they use is called borosilicate glass. You might know it as Pyrex. They use for cookware and laboratory stuff. Pyrex is a trade name. The scientific name is borosilicate glass, and it has a very low expansion. It doesn't expand very much with heat, and that's why you can put it in the oven, or you can boil water in a glass flask in a laboratory. You put a Bunsen burner right under it and boil water. If you're ordinary glass, if you did that, I think it would shatter. There's two kinds of kilns. There's the glass furnaces, which are the ones with the doors closed, where we keep the molten glass. Those are on 24/7. The glory holes, the round ones with the doors open, those are only on during the working day. So we turn them on an hour before we start, and we shut them at 5 when we quit. No, we use torches, but we use them in a sort of a different manner. When we want to heat up the object in general, we go into the glory hole, the big round oven, and heat it up. If we need the heat in a specific place, we use a torch. So if you just want this part hot, or this part hot, or this part hot, we use a torch. No, we just drip a little. We want to get it off. We just drip a little water on that joint and give it a tap, and off it comes. What? Oh, these torches are about 5,000 degrees. They're propane and oxygen. So our furnaces run at about 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So these torches are, more than twice as hot as our furnaces. Yep.
Will you ask him if he'll sell that to me? What he's making right now?
I'm sure he will.
Until my black.
We have a torch.
You can call me the dog. Like Malcolm by any means. I thought we was cool. Why you want me to die?
Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us here in the Hot Shop today. My name is Benjamin Cobb. I'm the director of the Hot Shop. And thanks for sitting indoors for about an hour to hear a little bit about the history of pipe making. So this weekend for me represents the culmination of an idea of bringing two communities together that have been running parallel to each other for the past 30, 40 years or so. I work in the soft glass world, mainly in the art scene, and at the same time I have a lot of friends and colleagues who make pipes. And for so long, the pipe world was sort of left aside from the art world, and no longer, with the changing laws around marijuana and the stigma around pipes, as you can see down here, have grown from the most simple functional things into these very elaborate, exquisite sculptures that can stand on their own. So this weekend was about showing the two approaches to making pipes and rigs, and trying to bring these two communities together to, you know, show that we're all doing the same thing. So somebody who I've known for quite some time, and that was instrumental in pulling all of these folks together, is Joel Solfus, who hails from Eugene, Oregon, and started off life working at the Torch, making pipes, learning the ways, and he learned from some of the original founders of pipe making, which is Bob Snodgrass. Eugene became an epicenter for pipe making. He was in the thick of it. As he went along, introduced to different friends and colleagues who showed him the other side of glass making, so he became interested in working at the furnace. Along the way, met a good friend, Jeff Ballard. They have established a studio down in Eugene where their approach is making rigs at the furnace as well as at the Torch, and a few other business ventures along the way. But here today, Joe's going to give us a sort of an overview of the history of pipe making here in the Northwest. So without further ado, Joel Solfus.
Thanks, Ben. Hello, everybody. I'll try not to take the whole hour and bore you guys. I'll try to make it sweet and to the point. My name's Joe Solfus, and like Ben said, I came up in the pipe movement. As a young kid, I got introduced to them at about 16 years old because I was traveling around the country following the Grateful Dead and Jerry Garcia. And as I was doing that, in the parking lots were a couple people selling these pipes. No one's ever seen these, so I grew interest to it, and as time went on, I moved to Eugene from the Midwest, where everything was pretty illegal there, and in Eugene there was a little more laid-back approach to it. So when I was in Eugene, I was seeing the very early stages of this pipe movement, right from the beginning. So not to make it about me, this is kind of more of my perspective of the glass pipe movement. All right, how do we do the slides here? Let's see. Oh, yeah. All right, this is Bob Snodgrass. He is the godfather of what we are all doing here. He was super critical of coming up with a technique called fuming, which is maybe by accident, or he had knowledge. Accident might be a little thing, but out of a coincidence, he would take little bits of silver and gold, and with his torch, just take the vapor from the gold and silver, and it would stick to the glass. And through that, he realized that he could get different colors, because back then, the borosilicate colors was very limited. There was only a handful of colors, and they weren't the best colors. So he found a way to get this whole rainbow of colors just by fuming onto the piece of gold and silver. So this was the basic ground level of coloring. So in the 1990, you know, he moved to Eugene and set up shop there. And when he set up shop there, he had a handful of apprentices that he taught his ways. And these few apprentices that he had really then bloomed out and started expanding. So this is a quote from him. You know, there was a mania in Eugene where people just knew that to learn this stuff, you had to go to Eugene. It wasn't anywhere else. And this is more on how you can see the example. Before is just like, that's all mainly gold and silver. And then he realized with a black background and the resin of the cannabis would slowly color in and bring out the different colors. So they were now considered these color changing pipes. So the more you used it, they would start to change in color. So people were, you know, this was a new advancement in glass, and people were really into this. And this is the very rudimentary stage of pipe making. And here's another example of mainly silver fuming on the piece. And you can see how a black background will start bringing out the colors. And this is Bob Snodgrass today. And between Bob and the Snodgrass family of glassblowers, their insignia for a lot of their work is skulls, which, you know, there's a lot of meanings to their skulls, from Grateful Dead to, you know, the shortness of life and just enjoying the moment. But this is what Bob was really known for, and all the Snodgrass family is these skull insignias. So not only did they really explore this gold and silver fuming, they were exploring the very initial stages of shaping of these pipes. So they developed the groundwork of these really basic traditional shaping, and they really focused on these shapes. Only because these shapes were important because they functioned well. There wasn't a lot of volume of air to make the smoke stale, so they functioned and they were really beautiful. And the function is, you know, a lot more important in this media than the form. But when you combine the two together, you can get some really amazing results. So these are some of the originators of Bob Snodgrass's apprentices, and some of these shapes that I'm talking about that were the basic classical Eugene shaping glass. You got the sidecar, a hammer, and a Sherlock. Obviously that came from Sherlock Holmes. That's what he would do. The sidecar, you know, it has the bowl to the side of it, and a hammer because it represents kind of a hammer. And if you look, they're now starting to get into more technical controlled fuming where they can encase with clear and trap in different colors of fuming without burning it off. So they're starting to experiment, tightening things up, getting things cleaner. And these are some of the other traditional shapes. There's the chillum, which is a traditional Indian smoking device, generally used for hashish. There's another Sherlock, and then the bubbler, which is like a hammer, but it has a drop down stem that goes down into the can, and you can fill it with water, and it was a filtration system. So you could filter out the smoke, and you would get a smoother hit. Reason why it's called a bubbler, and we got Cameron Tower over here that's responsible, invented these techniques that people still use today. Now there's another, I would say, round of Bob's apprentices that really came in and really started cleaning up the shapes, like dialing in the shaping, cleaning things up. It was really important, from the fuming also, and the shaping and the pattern work. So Brian Padilla and Yvonne Padilla were instrumental in, this was another major step. When you saw their pieces, you could tell that they were in the forefront of these classical shapes. And this is now around 95, 96 to the, you know, early 2000s. Now once you start getting into the 2000s, the scene started to grow outside of Eugene, and with that comes different styles. People weren't in this box of the Snodgrass family of what they were doing. They were starting to explore with these groundwork of what Bob Snodgrass and the apprentices laid down the foundation for all glass blowers. And during this time, the color palette of borosilicate was going through the roof. You're getting cadmium colors of solid orange, yellows, reds, and just the full spectrum of color. So this now is opening up doors of what you can do with pattern work and aesthetics. And scale at this time started getting larger. People understood that they could go even bigger with things. So their scale, patterning was, during this time, people were starting to explore. And things were getting more, at this point, more experimental with shaping and adding attachments. So this was a kind of, to me personally, a point in Boro where they were exploring so much. What's the best way to put this? There was so much exploration that some things were put to the side of like cleanliness. They were still trying to figure out how to make these larger things with connections look really clean. But someone like Pedro was really on the forefront of like creating these new abstract shaping. They were getting more away from these classical, really clean shapes and just kind of going exploring with shaping. So, and everyone is feeding off of each other at this time. It's not like there's really one person that can really take credit for everything. Everyone's just kind of in flow with everyone else and building off of each other. So as you start getting into the mid-2000s, you know, things are getting bigger because now we got bigger kilns, so we can start constructing bigger pieces. So not only the equipment's getting better for us to get to this phase in the glass, and now even with the abstract shaping, they're starting to clean things up. It's starting to look a little more intentional, and yeah, they just look cleaner. The attachments, the welds, people are figuring out how to do things properly. So I just want to, you know, kind of focus. I could go on and on of like who influenced who, but now at this point, the glass tree is so big that it's really hard to pinpoint who's responsible for what. So I could, if I mention one person, I would have to mention 10 other people that influence that person. So it's really hard just to point out one person at this point. But the person I can really, that's changed the game to today's shaping and the way the glass is today and how to construct these larger scale. Now we're going into a whole different scale of things. And people didn't know how to do that, but there's this guy, Banjo. He was really instrumental in now taking these ideas of adding on these components and attachments to these pipes. Well, he took it a next step further where he's making whole separate, really intricate parts, and then he figured out a way how to combine all these together and construct these pieces without them just, because borosilicate is very finicky, easy to crack. You only got a certain amount of time to work on it before you got to stick it back in the kiln. So he figured out this way of working on these pieces, pulling them out of the kiln, attaching large sections to it, sticking it back in the kiln for it to heat up. It's almost like flashing in a way that they do in soft glass, but using kilns. So now Banjo's figured out this way to make these large, intricate pieces, and he laid the groundwork now for almost everyone else here that, you know, you see making these larger pieces with attachments. Now at the same time, and this is all more like sculptural work, you know, that's kind of his realm, was more sculptural and then combining and constructing these pieces. Now at the same time, simultaneously, there's Yushin, and these two guys were working together, which is insane. What these two guys came up with in the same area but two different fields. Like Banjo was more of a sculptor, and Yushin was like this technical, scientific style glassblowers where he was using scientific techniques and making these highly functional recyclers where the water is going through these tubes and filtering the water and then dropping back down and just creating these wonderful functioning pieces. And then he takes this immaculate patterning work and combining the two, which not many people were doing at this time. And then, so he set up this whole foundation for others to use. So at the same time, these guys were really, I can't even explain how instrumental this was for so many other glass blowers. And then from there, it's like, oh, the doors are open now. So now it's like people are really starting to go off with function, patterning work. All these things are starting now to come together to what we see to modern day glass here. And these pieces are very, they're very expensive. We're talking from $5,000 all the way up to 6 figures. These pieces, they spend so much time on them. And it's just on a whole nother level. And these guys just are knocking it all out, from shaping, scale, pattern work. And as you see here, everything is just really clean and precise. So these are some of the big players now that have taken, in my opinion, people that I look up to. Everyone else has their own opinion, but Mike Rahman, Renscraft, JFL, they're all pushing the envelope of what can be done. And that's on the functional, like on the side where Yushin kind of laid down the groundwork. I don't think that's me, but. And then on Banjo's side, then all of these artists started coming out. Oh, it's Nico, I don't know why I put Nick. It's Nico, Elbow, and Salt. These guys are at the top of the sculptural game too. And they add the functionality into it also. And I just want to end it like this, we've come within 20 years in the underground. We've come from these simple, fumed Snodgrass family pieces to what we got today, to contemporary pipe making. And it's gone that far in 24 years. So now that we've kind of come out of the underground and is getting more accepted, I just think the next 24 years, the sky's the limit. Now that we're doing things like this, it's really amazing and exciting to see what the next 24 years are going to bring. And then on my side of it, I came up out of the pipe world, and like Ben was saying, and then I got sucked into the soft glass side, and at that time, it was really separated, really separate. In fact, I kind of hid my pipe background when I was working with soft glass workers, because I just didn't want to deal with any of the stigma attached to it, so I just thought it was easier just not to bring it up. Like, there was so many people that I worked with that didn't even know I was a pipe maker till many years later. So now working in the soft glass, I knew how much similarities these two groups of people had, but I feel traditionally we were just pushed off to the side, and our differences were always focused on. And to me, I just saw that we were all the same. We were very closely similar. So I wanted to bring my background of pipe making. I just didn't want to leave it in the past. In fact, I brought it back up and I introduced it into the hot shop. And me and Jeff, for 4 years, through trial and error, we really wanted to make it to where we could produce something in the hot shop that when we represented it, people would not be able to tell the difference if it was made in the hot shop or on a torch. And we got to that point. It's the biggest compliment when I put a piece out and people are like, this is soft glass? Like, they would look at it for a while, set it down, we would talk, and I'm like, yeah, that's soft glass. And they're like, what? I thought that was Boro. And I was like, that's what we were trying to go for. I just really wanted to bring into the hot shop what I had been doing previously. So I want to bring more and more of this together. So this is really important to me that we're all in here doing this stuff because that's where we need to be, truly. So that is what I want to give back to the community. I don't think we need to be separate in everything. I think we're all similar than different. And I think that's about all I needed to say about this. And if you have any questions, if there's any questions, I would be happy to answer. Yeah. Well, the main difference is these guys are mainly on a torch. Oh, sorry. Oh. Okay, his question was, what is the main differences between the two? The main differences is the flame workers are on a torch. They start with cold glass. They start with cold tubing, heat it up, melt it, and they're on a torch. Hot Shop side starts with a molten pot of glass, and we use the glory holes. So that is a big difference from the outside looking in. But the more I dealt with it, to me, they're just two different flame sources, and a lot of the techniques are interchangeable between the two. So the main heat source on flame workers is a torch. Main heat source on the soft glass side is the glory holes, or the reheating chambers. The COE, it's the coefficients of expansion. Borosilicate is at 33 and soft glass is at 96. And that's just how the glass cools when you anneal it, when we stick it in the annealer. It just has a different rate of cooling. And I'm not a scientist, but it's how the molecular structure solidifies it so it doesn't crack. And it's a different time frame for both. The higher the number, the softer the glass is too. And that's why they consider sometimes borosilicate hard glass and this side soft glass. It's the coefficients of expansion. One more time, I'm sorry. Yes. With borosilicate, it has, you know, this is what you would consider Pyrex for cooking. You know, Corning makes the Pyrex cookware. This is the same material. So it's more heat resistant to thermal shock than soft glass. Soft glass is a little more temperamental to the high range of heat and the cold range of heat. So it can crack a little more easily with the soft glass. If you hit it with a flame or something, the soft glass could crack, where the borosilicate could probably handle that a little better. So there is a little bit of benefit to the borosilicate. And that's why it was used, you know, because you're taking torches and flames to these, you know, to these pipes. And traditionally people just thought, oh, if I do that to soft glass, it's just going to break. And it's true, but we figured out ways around it by using different types of glass. We incorporate both borosilicate and quartz with ours. Quartz can even handle higher temperatures and direct flame. So you can put your material in the quartz and really hit it with a torch, heat the material up to smoke. And then our downstem going into the piece is borosilicate, and then our piece will be soft glass. So we actually use 3 different types of glass. And that kind of eliminates any problem of the soft glass getting too hot and cracking. And that's allowed us to use now soft glass as a functional piece. But that is one of the main differences, and that's a good question. Yep. Oh, it's a way, way higher temperature. There are borosilicate workers that do use glory holes, and they're experimental, and they have to get it so much hotter. You wouldn't even be able to look at that hole. It is so bright when they work out of it. So yeah, to me, going the other way is almost it doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, yeah, because if you're going to use a glory hole and stuff like that, I don't want to be completely blinded, and it's just so extreme to do it in boro. But it's awesome that people are exploring with that. You know, there are borosilicate people that are melting glass in a furnace and then working out of a glory hole. Yeah, exactly. They have like mini scut kilns, so they're yay big that they can work out of. They don't need such extreme furnaces to do it. Gabe. Yeah, that is a total American thing. Bob Snodgrass is ground zero. He was literally the. Oh, it's all over it's going all over the world. It's spreading at Japan. There's some amazing pipe makers out of Japan. Yeah, all over. It's spreading really quickly. Yes. Yes. Okay. Yeah. So it's kind of two separate things. I'll speak on the scientific, like these more highly functional recyclers and stuff. They're getting influence from these scientific glass blowers. The welds, the seals, all of that is influenced from those guys. Cameron might know more about Bob's influences. I did remember he had someone that he did look up to. Chuck Murphy, that's right. But I don't think he was making pipes at that time. Just clear. So he was making really rudimentary, and I think that's correct, from Ohio. And that's when Bob introduced the silver as like an aha moment and then really changed the game. Sure. Yeah. 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 Well, a lot of kids were going to like Salem Community College and learning these techniques, and then they're coming out of school either with, you know, whatever, maybe not many opportunities for jobs, and they're seeing these pipe makers, the amount of money that they're making. So they're just probably looking over here like, what's going on over here versus that. So that could have been like how a few people snuck off, and then it grew from there. Thanks for helping out. It's in the back of my brain, I remembered, but we all have our influences. Nothing just comes out of thin air, really. We're all dependent on the people, other people, for ideas.
Do you have some examples of work that you're doing, soft glass?
Yes, it's in the store of the museum. So you can, if you like it, you can feel free to buy it. But I don't have any out here. Both mine and Jeff's work, who I work with, we have some soft glass rigs in there, and you may not even be able to tell which ones they are. They blend in with all the other borosilicate pieces, but there are a couple pieces out there. What else? Yeah, I think on some of the posters and stuff that they have, those are some of the soft glass pieces. Yeah.
Is there any other kind of functional object that the flame workers make? You know, I mean, I'm sure they make all sorts of things, but that have caught their attention, like the pipes?
Other than maybe, if I understand you correctly, maybe like scientific glass blowers making.
No, I'm talking about artistic. Do they make, I don't know.
Oh, do these pipe makers make other like objects? Oh, there's others. So within the pipe making community, I'd say there's little subsets. Like cups are really big in the pipe community, and marbles. They will spend a lot of time on these little marbles that have so much work into them. But yeah, those are the two main. And then there's even another subsect of making Millefiori chips, or Marini chips. There you go, and pendants, that's another big one, shot glasses. Yeah, so there's a lot of things that aren't on the functional for cannabis, yeah. It was a Carlisle. I'm pretty sure Carlisle, Cameron, Bob's first torch. It was a National, the National. And then it was Carlisle's? And then it went to Carlisle's? So he was saying for the first 20 years of flame working, just in general, all was on a National hand torch, which is almost like a welder's torch pretty much, that they could convert the tips to change it for different flame types to be worked with borosilicate. And then after that, the big leap was the Carlisle torch. And now it's a big step in the glass pipe community. And the Carlisle is, there was one out here. Yeah, people still use the Carlisles to this day. There's a few different torches. Nick is using a Herbert Arnold, and that's from Germany. And then there's the GTTs, which is next to it, and those are the more kind of American, well, yeah, out of Pittsburgh, but they're the more for flame working, yes. Correct. Yeah, and at this point when GTT came out, they were the first company specifically for borosilicate, mainly even flame workers probably, for the most part. Yeah. Sure. And you can get really technical about why some torches are better than the others for certain techniques. For that technique that Bob invented with the fuming with gold and silver, that National was really crucial for that because those are considered pre-mix flames where the gas and the oxygen mix before it comes out, and it gives it a harsher pinpoint flame. And he found that flame is the best to fume, where these give more of a softer, gentle flame, and it doesn't give quite the effects of fuming. People can pull it off. It's more difficult, but the preferred method for most people is a center fire premix for fuming. Any other questions? All right, well, I appreciate you guys coming out, showing some support for this, and hopefully we do this next year. And I would like to give thanks to the museum and Ben and everyone else that helped put this together behind the scenes. There's a lot of people that it took to make this happen. So I would like to give those guys all a round of applause.
bubbles and
Yeah.
yeah.
We developed that process at Dichroic Alchemy. It's a, yeah, so that was a company I ran for 8 years, and we were providing the
Dichroalchemy?
I took over for Jay.
I used a lot of Dichro at the Glass Eye Studio.
Yeah.
But
It's that same company.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. Welcome everyone that's joining us. We're just coming back from a lunch break. We got some people still in the shop finishing their food. But right here, we got Turtle Time Glass, sorry. He's making a, you said blue whale, humpback? Humpback whale. For those of you that don't know, this stuff is called borosilicate glass. Also glass blowing, but this technique is more of flame working. So rather than a glory hole in the furnace, we've got a torch and just a table. You don't need a bench, but same kind of setup for the annealing cycles, just a much smaller kiln rather than the ones that we have on the sides that are large. Got these tinier ones. Really the biggest difference between this kind of glass versus this soft glass that you guys may have seen more of, this kind of stuff is a lot more like scientific based, so it can withstand heat, like a heat change, some cooling down, heating up drastically, versus the soft glass, which when it's hot, it's gonna stay hot until we're finished with the piece completely. But for example, these pipes are, they're built in sections. So this is called this shape is called a hammer. You know, it's got your classic hammer shape. But an old school design, starting off with the can, where my fingers are right here, and then also making the neck, and then eventually attaching those two together. So with this kind of glass, we can really get that weld really nice and clean, so it all looks like one tube. Versus that soft glass, you just can't really get that weld as clean. Once you stick it on, it's gonna be moving a bunch. But this kind of stuff, we use what's called a bridge. So you'll stick one piece on and then have like a rod of glass and bend that up to a part that's already solid. That way you can work on that area that you just connected without it moving around. But again, lots of people do sculpting rather than just straight clear pipes. Same kind of concept, just working directly on whichever side of the piece you want to sculpt. Again, we got Turtle over here doing this humpback whale. He's right now putting on the texture, all those bumps you see on these big whales. He's using a custom tubing, so he made this tube himself, right? It's a cobalt blue with a dichroic spray directly on the tube. So if you don't know what dichro is, it's basically the stuff that they have on the NASA face shields. So it's this titanium spray. Is it titanium? So it's, and quartz. So it's a very sparkly. It gives you a sparkly effect. There's golds and purples and blues and pinks. So when you mix it in with this blue that he's using right here, you got these nice stripes of gold and blue, just accenting the whale. At this table here, we've got a collab of Nick and Scott doing one of Nick's characters. You can see this pedestal right here, these little skulls. So he's doing basically a character, like a full body character, kind of like this one, but he's gonna be sitting. So he's got his front legs out and his back hands laying like this. They just finished putting the entire body together. They're gonna start adding mushrooms all around it, so it looks like he's sitting in a little mushroom patch. So something super cool about this whole event is just the fact that you guys can all see the differences between soft glass, hot shop glass blowing versus this flame working, torch skills. Again, very similar techniques as far as turning the glass, getting it hot, letting parts cool down. Some of the tools are the same, like jacks and tweezers, diamond shears, straight shears. But again, since you're working smaller, all those tools are going to be much smaller. Yep. No, the one that made the skulls is right here. Yeah. So we got the Hot Shop crew coming back right now. In the garage right here, we have what we've been working on since yesterday. So each of us on this side of the floor, including myself, did like a little color pattern. And we all did like a cup with a color pattern, and then we're sticking them all together. It's called an encolmo. So we're encolmoing all these cups together to make the can of this pipe. So this one's gonna be super big, about like this big from the ground. So again, we have, I think like 5 or 6 pieces that's gonna create this one shape, this one vessel form. And then we got the neck. So in this garage here, each piece, well, let's see. So we did the cups yesterday. So we each did like our own pattern. Yeah, just to save time. Then today we put them all together right before lunch. So yeah, now we have, I think we're picking up another cup. We got Courtney here and Sarah. Here in this corner, we got Chris Carlson working on a Sherlock. A lot of just like vases and cups. If you are interested in like craft beers and stuff, you might know different cup shapes. They all have different names. Same with these pipes. Like I was saying earlier, we've got a bunch of hammers right here, just representing that hammer shape. These Sherlocks, just that classic Sherlock Holmes kind of shape. A shape that most of you may be familiar with is just your basic spoon shaped pipe. And then even just getting a little bit more like detailed, it's basically a hammer, but I don't really know what these, like volcano, some people call them. And so you may have heard, like, besides the word or the terms pipe, bong. Bong is not really used as much. More of for like these kind of pieces, more of like a straight tube, a lot bigger, and there's a little bit difference of the substance used. So smoking weed out of these bongs is more of like for a flower. Same with these pipes, or flower. So the actual weed itself versus a concentrated substance. All right. So again, rather than the flower substance, it's a concentrated substance. So these things, you can see it has plumbing. So this tube on the back turns this just from your basic rig into a recycler. So it's recycling the water. So the water's gonna go up and then back down and then up. So just circling. It kind of cools the smoke, giving it like a more of a smoother hit. Also, it looks cool. So something like a lot of us pipe makers kind of geek out on is function. So not only making your piece look good, but if it's gonna be used, if you're gonna put water in it, if you're gonna smoke out of it, it's always nice to make sure it's functioning well. You don't want any like splashback. So when you put water in it and you hit it, you don't want it to like spray water up through this tube. You wanna make sure there's like little resistance. So it's like a nice smooth pull. It's not like choppy or like it takes a big breath. So all these little things you can kind of geek out on from doing, once you take it out of the kiln, kind of just looking at it and then putting water in it, feeling how it works. Always little things that you can adjust just to make it however you want it. But you can see down here, Chris here has a bridge from the handle to the bowl of the pipe. That way, where he's working on that connection, it's not going to be like moving around as much. So Courtney just picked up another cup from this kiln. This one was Ben Cobb's start. And then another one that Sarah got down here in this corner. Got some Scribble Chaos Cane by Joe. So Jeff just drew another little sample of what it's going to look like, if you guys can see this. Another huge difference between soft glass shop making versus borosilicate, well, just torch flame working in general. You can see these guys are pretty solo right now. They're working on the piece by themselves versus having someone else dip up some glass, marver it, bring it over to you. Of course, different times, different pieces call for different measures. If it gets really, really big, it's always good to have an extra hand, even on the torch. So Anthony right here goes by Frick Glass. He's the one that does all these cups that I was showing earlier. So again, clear glass versus color. We kind of, in the soft glass world, we use a lot of frit. So basically just crushed up pieces of glass, color. Comes in different grits. So you know, there's a powder, 000, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Bigger the number, the bigger the grain. So you'll see that with borosilicate as well. These two cups are made out of frit, so rather than just a solid base color, you'll kind of notice like little spots, little grainy spots in it. And then also fume. So using silver and gold, picking that up on the end of a rod and then torching it, so the fumes coming off of the metals will hit the glass, and it gives it this kind of like cool spacey effect. Depending on how you're using it, you can get all kinds of different effects, different looks. If you let it cool down, heat it back up, cool it down, heat it back up, even that alone will change the color. Sometimes if you're using silver that's been sitting out on your bench for like a month or so, that'll give a different tone than a fresh piece of silver. So yeah, using metals to get color is another big thing. But you may notice this big piece of equipment that he's got right here as well. So this is a glass lathe, similar to like a wood lathe, like, you know, keeps it turning, then you're doing all your tool work. So very similar. Big difference between what they're doing over there just on the benches, hand turning glass versus the lathe. You can see over there, Chris Carlson's got the piece up. He's turning it back and forth. He's going to use gravity to get all these different angles. Anthony here only has gravity going against him pretty much. So the lathe is going to be turning, but if it stops, it's going to sag down, and you can't use his arms to kind of go back and forth. So it's all about keeping up with it. I don't do any lathe work, so I don't really know much, but yep. So that's another thing too. A lot of it is a lot of people just shape the stuff on the lathe just to make sure it's nice and crisp, nice and clean, and then they're gonna like attach it, put everything in together, assemble it by hand as well. Some of the stuff is going to stay here, probably in the studio, the museum. Some of the pieces might be brought home. Some you might see in the gallery or the gift shop. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And you can also see right here different flames. That first flame that he had, that big fluffy one, is very similar to this kind of flame. It keeps the glass warm, but it's not gonna start melting it. It's not gonna like sag. But it just brings it up to temperature real quick. Just like the soft glass, there are times that if you just introduce the heat directly to the Boro glass, it will crack. Sometimes you can get away with it. Depends on what you're doing. We got Turtle Time over here, displaying some of his larger aquatic pieces. Like I was saying earlier about recyclers versus just a straight tube or a basic rig, moving all that water. So that's something that another thing that we really look into, how much water a piece can hold. The bigger the piece is, obviously the more water it can hold. Sometimes it just feels cool when you're using it. But each piece of the pipe or the rig has a name to it. So this is the can. The body of the piece is going to be called the can. You got your bottom can, your top can. The drain back here, again, that's going to have the water going up and then down it. So it's draining the water from the top can. These little arms on the front, those are called the uptakes. So again, it's going to force the water up and then down the drain. And then this is the joint and your stem, and then the perk. The percolator, percolating the water, makes the water bubble. The stem right here is basically where the smoke is going to go down, coming from your joint. Your joint is where your bowl piece goes, and of course your mouthpiece. And then you'll notice a lot of them have these little things. It's called a pagoda or a splash guard. Just kind of making sure, again, that the water doesn't splash into your mouth. There's all these little details that really help it work. Make sure that's nice, smooth. But for this tall one right here that Turtle just brought out, the drain is actually an external drain. So he's got this little bowl right here with a squid in front of it, or above it. So the water is gonna sit on this bottom chamber. There's 4 little cups pretty much that the water sits in. Then when he hits it from here, the water is gonna go up these tubes, spin around in this center kind of cone shape, and then it's actually gonna drain out of this, I think out of the squid, yeah. So the water come out of the piece actually, rather than draining on the inside of the piece. So if you were to see it, you'd see the water go up, spin, and then actually fountain out of the glass. We just stuck another Encomo cup together. Again with Ben Cobb's prep and Joe's. Nick just pulled his piece out of the kiln. Working on what is he doing? He's tearing off the bridge. Now that they got all the arms, the legs on it, he's got the piece sitting the way he wants. Like I said, they're gonna add all these mushrooms to it. Over here, you may notice Turtle wiping some black stuff off of the glass. It's basically just carbon. So the flame that he's using right now is a very gassy flame, so it's spitting out a lot of propane. It's keeping the piece really warm, making sure it's nice and hot. This kind of glass really stresses out a lot. It can kind of like get finicky. It doesn't really want to cool down and then heat up directly on these seals that he's doing. Good to make sure. Hello. It's always good to make sure that it's warm before you add anything else to it. But that black stuff, again, just wipes right off or burns off. So he's putting in the stem on the whale. That'll make sure that it bubbles, it functions. Something cool about these torches, you can see all three of these guys have different size flames right now. Depending on how small you're working, how small you need that flame to be. Got all these knobs to adjust it. It's all about oxygen and propane. You guys are all super lucky to be here. Just seeing both glass mediums working together in the shop, just feet away from each other. This usually doesn't happen. This is actually the first time it's happened here. Not a lot of studios kind of do this though. Especially bringing in pipe making into like a studio like this, a museum especially. It's very revolutionary for the glass scene. Also, it's like there's been a divide between lamp workers and hot shop glass blowers for the past ever. Different reasons. Who knows why, really? Glass is glass, so stuff like this is just really important to mesh the mediums together and just get everyone excited and realize that glass is glass, and just realizing that these pipes are art as well. You know, these guys take lots of time just to learn this craft and then dialing it in. Literal blood, sweat, and tears. Something you also may notice is just the colors of all these pipes. These color companies are much different than the color companies that we work with on the hot shop floor. A lot more, there's like two big main companies, and then there's like some smaller companies that are just like an at-home kind of business, but also very, very big, very, very successful. But just like all these different hues that we can get with like pinks and purples that we can't get in the hot shop floor, and then vice versa as well. Like there's colors that we get in the hot shop that they can't get. All these properties are also similar. Some are the same, some are different as far as color theory goes. Some of the white that we use for the hot shop is stiff versus on the torch it's very soft. When we say soft, it means it heats up really quick, stays hot for a while. Hard colors are really stiff, so that it takes a while to heat up, and then they cool down pretty quick too, so you can't really pull them unless you know what you're doing. So some of you older people out there, I see my dad sitting up there. You may have been smoking weed way back in the day. You may have not recognized some of these shapes, some of these forms, and just tools in general. We got this thing right here. It's called a... We got a... this is called a Puffco. A Puffco. Puffco. So it's an electrical dab rig. So basically, this part, this black part that I'm holding, it's electric. It's a battery. And then this part right here is basically what we use as the nail or the your bowl piece. But as you can see, glass blowers recently have been exploring the fitting. So we can do these pretty simply. All you gotta do is make sure that this is the right size and that can fit in this little section, little silicone. We're really just exploring different tops. There's a few different brands, different companies that make these electric dab rigs. But yeah, just like trying different ways to make these more transportable. Rather than bringing your whole setup on a trip, you can just bring this little guy. So these ones are actually the same, 2150, 2200 degrees. These ones that they're using, these torches, are a little bit hotter. They're around like 3000. So if you were to stick some of this borosilicate glass in one of these holes, it most likely wouldn't heat up. It wouldn't even start melting. So there are people, if you were here earlier, Joe was saying there are people that do just mess around with borosilicate with these holes, but again, you're gonna have to ramp it up really, really hot. Yeah, it's just experimental. But you also may notice some of these guys have different torches. There's a few companies that make these torches. Right here, these two are using GTT, stands for Glass Torch Technology. Very American, very specific for glass blowing. And then over on the corner, over on the end, it's got a Herbert Arnold. Can't say it. German though, a little bit more expensive. All these people use different torches for different reasons. Some of them have different gas levels versus oxygen levels. Some of them are better for certain techniques. Right here we got Anthony attaching. What is he attaching? So same thing, just like with soft glass, you'll get it hot, you stick it on, make sure it's where you want it. But the difference is, it's gonna start to cool down, and then it's gonna pop off right where that connection is if he doesn't flash it. So he's keeping it warm, then he's gonna attach it onto this other little nub that he's got coming off, which is the bridge. So again, bridging any attachment on before you weld it all the way on is just gonna get that connection nice and smooth, make it look like it's just one piece. And I think we're getting ready to do another in Como. So over on the end, Courtney and Gabe got 2 cups that they just stuck together. Middle bench here, we've got, I think like 3 or 4 cups right now. Just gonna add more. We got 3. So both of the ends are hot, making sure it's the same size and level, and then they stick it. Making sure it's nice and even. Adding a little bit of water to that connection where Courtney's at, and then using vibrations to tap the pipe. Separates it. Again, this is going to be the can of this pipe. Sorry. So the body of the pipe. We've got the neck still in here, staying warm. Yo. How much does it weigh? Ooh. Probably like 20 pounds, 20, 30. It feels a lot heavier, because it's way out here. And then once you pick it up, like once it's off the pipe, it's gonna feel lighter. Yeah, that's a big one for sure. This metal table right here is called a marver. So the act of marvering the glass is just rolling it back and forth to shape it. He's making sure that seal is nice and even. Adding a little bit of air. So before we start to shape this thing, just making sure that's nice and even. Make sure that all these cups are sealed together. You'll notice that they are all different colors, and that does play a little bit of a difficulty role. That black section is pretty soft, so it's going to heat up a little bit faster than those clear sections. It's going to get a little bit more movement. So the clear is pretty stiff, not stiff necessarily, but it's just a basic fluidity rather than that big black chunk. Then down at the bottom, it's a blue cup with like clear windows on it. So you may think that it's like a different color, but he basically just drilled holes into the cup and then put more glass on it and then blew air through it to widen those holes. The cup at the very, very top is what we call reticello. So it's basically like a fishnet design. It has all these lines crossing. But his is more of like threaded. So rather than your traditional one line per cross, it's like 4 lines. Did you have a question? Oh, no worries. Yeah. Again, we got Nick over here just welding these mushrooms together, little cluster. Again, the bigger the glass gets, the more hands the piece requires. It's always good to distribute that energy throughout the piece. Main person that's sitting at the bench is called the gaffer. So we got Jeff here gaffing the piece with many hands as assistants. So you'll also notice how viscous this glass is getting. It's moving a lot as he heats it up. Versus Anthony right here, that piece is nice and stable. You'll also notice Turtle right here is just chilling. He's letting that whale kind of soak back up, get warm again. He was out here sculpting that face, adding all those dots, texture to the whale. Once you're out of the heat, obviously it's gonna start cooling down. The torch is only hitting one part of the whale, so whatever part he's messing with. This is the tail. So if he's working on that whole front face of the whale, that back end's getting nice and cold. If he went straight back into the heat, it's gonna crack. So just putting it back into the kiln, letting the whole thing warm back up to a good temperature, around like 1,000 degrees. That way the whole thing is warm, and you can go back into, say, adding the fins on. That's something really cool about the pipe making, or just borosilicate in general. As you can see, it's gonna be hot until you're done. You can't really just put this away, at this point at least, because it won't fit in the garage. So there are times where if you're working on soft glass, you can store it for a little bit, go get lunch. But it really depends on where you're at in your piece. Versus borosilicate, no matter where you are, you can just shove it in there, let it sit, think about what you're gonna do next. And again, basically the same concept of what's going on right here. He's just using this flame to keep it warm, rather than just taking it off of the chuck, walking it all the way over there. He's just using the flame to keep it warm.
If you want to quit or you want to keep talking,
I'm having fun.
Okay, good. Cool.
So if you can see it over here, kind of a bad angle, they're making this part of the pipe right now. So it's basically just, it's called the can. It's the body. So they're basically just gonna weld, make sure everything's welded together, start blowing it up, get this nice like curve to it, this bell shape. One thing about glass is everything, when you're especially adding stuff together, it's gonna be long, but we always condense it back down to like a nice round ball. The glass is easier to work and shape when it's condensed. It's always easier to stretch it out than it is to bring it back. A lot of us in here do both soft glass and lamp working. It's a lot of fun to kind of just like I was saying earlier, bridging that gap between the two mediums. Personally, I love hot glass blowing like this because it's so physical, very team-oriented, a lot more fast-paced in some sense, versus I also love lamp working because you can chill from all that for a little bit. Take a step back and sit by yourself and kind of like geek out on whatever you're doing. Listen to a podcast. And then of course those shops are a lot quieter. You know, you don't have, there's obviously ventilation for the air circulation, but these torches are way louder than say these torches. Sometimes like when you're working in these shops all day, all week, you get home, you just hear this ringing from all these furnaces running, all the holes running all day. You can see that pattern real well on the screens. Big. Turtle got that whale back out. What he's doing right now is basically just welding the perk into the top of the whale's head. Making sure that that connection is nice and smooth. If there's any like lip any edging to that connection, it's gonna crack. That's a big difference between soft glass and borosilicate as well. Anytime you stick something together with boro, you have to weld it so it's nice and smooth. If you stick it on and there's any like lip, if you can like feel it at all, it's gonna crack. Just from that stress, who knows why, science. There's also different ways to connect stuff. If you were here earlier during our lunch break for Joe's talk, he was talking about scientific glass blowing. So a lot of those techniques, like you said, we've taken into the pipe scene. So ways to get like some of these welds, rather than just having a tube like that and just sticking it on, you know, I'm gonna have to do 2 holes at once. That's really hard. So sticking it on up here first, and then I kind of bend the glass down, and then I actually blow out 2 little like bubbles. So then they're like almost touching. It's called a Jesus seal. So you get these 2 bubbles to basically almost touch. You blow them out until they do touch, and it has to be thin enough so when you keep heating it and blowing it and heating it and blowing it and like puffing it out, eventually that membrane between the 2 bubbles will just pop and it'll just turn into one connection. Super crazy to see when you're like first learning glass. The first time I did it, I didn't think it would happen, but I was like just doing it and then it just happened. I was like, oh, whoa. So one thing you can do with the borosilicate glass that you couldn't do with the soft glass, getting those seals. Chris going in on this weld, like I was saying, working on this bottom part of the Sherlock. So we stuck those 2 pieces together. That bend where the neck was 1 piece, and then the bowl where it kind of tapers was 1 piece, and there was a hole right on the bottom part of where that cone was. Stuck those 2 together, ripped off that other handle, and is now just welding that to make sure it has a nice, clean bend at the bottom. Ooh, it's fin time. Turtle putting on a fin. Again, just making sure it's warm. He's not really well, now he's gonna start heating it up, getting it melted so it can actually stick onto the body of the whale. You'll also notice the glasses I'm wearing right now are just clear. They're much different than these 3 shades that their guys wearing right here. So me looking directly into this flame, well, the flame is producing a solar flare, so this is gonna end up blinding me if I just stare into it all day. So there's different shades of lenses you can wear. You'll see some of them wearing them on the hot shop floor. Usually when you start using this torch right here, that's the same as what they're using. So it's going to produce that solar flare as soon as it hits the glass. It's that yellow flame that comes off. Again, that's going to be blinding. So there's different shades, a shade 3 or a shade 4, shade 5. The shade 3s are like it's called didinium. So it's like a purple tint. Again, just eliminating that solar flare. People, you know, it's all personal preference. I prefer shade 3s for soft glass because I'm usually like walking around the whole hot shop and like I got to be able to see still. Darker shade for when I'm working on the torch, just because I'm usually standing right there. Some of these colors will produce a brighter light. Oh yeah. It's fun.
That mic that he uses, I don't know if you looked at
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
We had a visiting artist who tried to give a lecture, and he said he could hardly do it because he could smell them.
Yeah. Oh no.
I saw you with it. I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
man.
Like switch it out real quick. Yeah. So again, that torch that Jeff has in his hand right now, these were recently brought into the hot shop within the past like 100 years or so, I think, something like that. But it's the same kind of torch as what these guys are using on the benches. About 3,000 degrees, oxygen and propane. Gives you that direct heat versus this fluffy flame, which is more of like an overall warmth. The hot torch will give you that direct heat. Really good for sculpting or just heating one spot really, really hot, really, really fast. So now starting to shape the bottom. He's taking off this little button, this little piece of clear glass that was on the bottom. Now that everything's all welded together, they're starting to shape it, blowing it up more.
They have Dicro-Boro now?
Yeah.
That's what he's using, right?
Yeah, he said he worked for them, or he owned that company for a while, so he was like making it too.
So is that starts as a tube of one color Dicro?
That one is the same thing that they have sheet glass, but he was doing like straight sprayed on tube.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
This is super expensive. Is the color like comparable like in cost to like what we do?
Yeah. For the most part,
You're
yeah.
buying it in like canes, right?
There's canes and then there's also tubing. So like,
And they're different size tubing too, right?
not for color. Color usually is like a standard, I think like 15 mil, 30 mil or something like that. But for clear glass, yeah, all different sizes. Sorry. So this weaving pattern that Chris has on this Sherlock down here was basically all made from what we call flat cane. So cane is basically just colored glass that we pull long into like a pencil. Longer, like feet long. Cut it down to like pencil sizes though. And you can roll those up. But so flat cane is the same thing. Flattened though. Thank you. So just like this. You got this whole big strip of striped color. The top side has clear on it. The back side has the color. And then, take that one. Then he's basically just cutting them into these little tiles. And then just one by one laying them out so they can weave. Thank you, thank you. Anthony's gonna put the neck on this pipe pretty soon. Again, just kind of wiping the kiln dust off of the piece. When you put the piece in these kilns, a lot of the times there's just dust kind of like accumulating in the air, or obviously just on the brick itself, on the shelves. if the piece is a little warm and you put it in there, sometimes it'll stick. Sometimes it just touches the dust and stays on there anyways. But always good to wipe that off. If you bring it right to the heat with that dust still on it, the dust will kind of like melt onto the glass and you'll start to feel it. So always making sure you clean your glass. Another thing we do all the time with Boro that you can't do with hot glass because it's hot. So we buy these this glass in a raw form, like these sticks. They come in different millimeters. This is like 6 mil. Oh, it's actually hollow. So there's solid rods and there's also hollow tubing. Some of these ones we'll use for handles. This is like 12 mil. So borosilicate gets their color in raw tubing like that, raw rods, versus the soft glass where we're kind of just buying it only if you have like a shop where you're melting furnace glass. So a little bit different. You don't really need to buy clear glass when you're doing this kind of stuff unless you own a studio. But since we're buying clear glass in this raw form like this, it's gonna get a lot of fingerprints on it. So always making sure you're using like just glass cleaner spray or ISO just to clean off the tubings before you heat it up, start melting it. Because again, it will show up. So the reason why you don't really see a lot of soft glass hand pipes like these is just because the heat difference, they can't really take, sometimes they can, but they can't really take a lighter to that bowl frequently all the time like that. So that's why you see mostly Joe and Jeff doing like rigs, bongs, water pipes. Also, you can't get that nice weld like Chris is doing over there on soft glass, like I was saying. So just kind of steering away from hand pipes in general because they're not going to come out as clean. I think we're about to punty this up. So Gabe over here has got a big punty. A punty is basically just another rod, a little bit of glass that they're going to stick onto the bottom so they can transfer it. Because, you know, this pipe that Jeff has on his side is hollow. Right where they connect, or right where it's connected to the pipe is a hole. So he's torching that connection, just making sure that backside stays warm. Both soft glass and torch working, a lot of the time you're working bottom to top. And again, some water and vibrations, and it just pops right off. Yoo! So again, just flatten the bottom, made that whole bottom part of the can nice and even, nice and level. Now they're going to work on the top of it. Gabe makes this thing look like it's only 10 pounds, but it's probably like 25, 30. Just making sure it's nice and level. It's always difficult to work on glass when it's lopsided. As long as it's nice and straight in line with the pipe, it's going to come out nice and straight. Yeah, it is.
Turtle was having a lot of fun yesterday. There's a lot of power.
It
in
is very powerful.
I managed to grab a photo of when you said pipes and gongs on the screen.
Yeah.
And I was like, just
Damn.
missed it. I might go back up there and just have you
I'll
say.
say, yep, that's it. Yeah. Hell yeah. So again, we each made a section that's going to be attached to this bung, this pipe, this water rig. You'll get one. Hell yeah. Cool. So sections like these are called encalmos. That's how you get like different colors, different patterns, just in perfect sections. Turtle just pulled out a little baby whale. Ooh. Mushroom cluster number 1 going down. So you'll also notice Nick over here is using what we call a hand torch. Just using that little flame to really weld down that connection. The flame on his torch does get that small, but he's also able to use different angles with the hand torch. Getting a little bit closer. And like really making sure there's no splashback from the flame that's hitting any other part of the piece. So this piece is a collab between these two right here. Obviously, Nick is shaping the piece. Scott here did the pattern of the hoodie. And did you do the mushrooms too? And the mushrooms. So that's what's super cool about just collaborating in general, obviously similar to what they're doing, but just being able to pass parts off to each other, having confidence in each other's work that you're gonna make something cool with it and it's gonna come out cool, work out just fine. But just like throwing back ideas with each other. Something cool about Boro is this whole collabing thing. A lot of these people live like different states, different cities. So you can just make something, send your prep out to someone else, they'll make the piece, and you guys never met. So it's cool just like working with each other without even working with each other. They're going to be trimming down some of this glass. So when the glass is in that orangey yellow kind of state, that color, it's very fluid, liquid. When it comes down to that like orangey red kind of color, a lot of us call it like a plasticky state. Feels like a rubbery plastic, like it's gonna bend, but it's not gonna inflate that much, it's not gonna cut. And then once the glass brings its color back, if it's just clear or if it's blue, you start to see that blue, that's how you know it's cold. When we say cold, we mean like 1,000 degrees, so still super hot. but it will break. So for those of you that weren't here during Joe's lecture, he was kind of just discussing the history of all these smoking utensils. A lot has changed throughout the years in both the scene itself as the glass side and the outside. So this is, you know, a degenerate art. It's looked at as like a degenerate form of art. You know, smoking weed's not necessarily, hasn't always been like the most professional thing, but these glassblowers, these artists take a lot of time with their craft, and it shows. Something that's just undeniable. If someone puts a lot of time and effort into whatever they're doing and it comes out well, can't really say they're a nobody. But a lot has changed throughout the years in design, function, color, all that kind of stuff, shaping. This pedestal right here is a very throwbacky, old school kind of style. This is very 90s feel. A lot of fuming, so you'll see all these like brownish kind of reds and stuff. It's from the metal fumes, so gold and silver off-gassing from the metals, landing on the glass. And then all these little bubbles that you may notice. If you look inside of them, there's actually like images. They're called Millies. It's another funny thing, actually. So these things in soft glass, they're called Marias. I mean RISD rings. In Boro, they're called Marias. Same concept, it's just squeezing the glass, condensing it down to get this little ring. So Anthony here does a lot of those, really, really clean. Since you're condensing the glass into this solid mass, it kind of produces like a lot of stress. So it's really impressive that he's able to do all of these, keep them super thick and in whatever size he wants. You can see it tapers down to like smaller in here. These ones are pretty much all the same size. So keeping it nice and even and making sure the glass doesn't crack, pretty difficult. But again, like I was saying earlier about just to change the development of function, again, super old school style versus like a new school style. A lot of people are into like moving the water now. So now really starting to shape up this the can. They're starting to blow up the top of the piece and kind of like spin it. So by spinning it while the glass is hot, you're using centrifugal force to kind of force the walls of the glass out. If you see like Dale Chihuly, how he has those big floppy bowls, or the macchias, it's a very centrifugal force type technique, spinning the glass, letting it wave out. But this is a lot more controlled. So he's going to be spinning it a little bit faster. He's using the paper tool to keep it nice and flat and kind of fanning out. When I say paper tool, this is one that Joe's getting wet right here. It's literally newspaper, like 8 sheets or so folded into this nice pad. Just so you can really hold the glass and grab it, sculpt it with your hand without touching the glass, of course.
I can't hear a word you're saying.
Do we have any questions? No. You can see this whale coming together over here. Got the two bottom fins on. I don't know what the bottom fins are called. What are you looking at? Just warming it. You're just warming it up.
Yeah, so then transitioning from working at the head to working at the tail, I want to introduce slowly so as to not expand the glass so fast that we stress it.
So yeah, he's gonna end up transferring it. Again, he's got a punty on this side. So he's just warming up this tail area so the glass doesn't stress out and just crack. Since he put so much heat into this bottom section where the fins are, if he were to just punty on and then rip it off, it would crack, and that crack would probably shoot all the way down the piece. So again, just making sure the whole thing is warm and satisfied before doing any crazy moves like that to it. Bang, bang. So again, in the center table here, or center bench, they're making a giant bong. It's all about parts. So they're doing the can right now. We've got the neck in the garage over there. The neck is this piece, and then we got the stem as well, or the joint, which is this little fitting. Most common fittings for these kind of things are 10 millimeter, 14 millimeter, and 18 mil. For these, the new wave, these like dab rigs, a lot of people prefer 14 millimeter. Kind of just gives you like a smaller air hole so the airflow isn't so airy. In old school, like these bongs where you smoke weed out of instead of like concentrate, usually like 14 to 18 mil, just so you can have that fast clear. A lot of science goes into these things. We're not all just stoners. Well, we are, but. Oh, shit. What up, dude? Good, how you doing? Give me the mic. I walked in, I was like, yeah. Spit real quick. Yeah. Happy 4/20. So those of you that have never been here before, these holes we're using, these reheating chambers are at like 2250, over 2,000 degrees, making sure that just heating up the whole part of the glass. Here at the museum, they got some really big ones. This one that I'm standing in front of is huge. Could fit like 4 of me in there. But they get turned off every night. Again, just used to reheat the glass. Unlike these furnaces like here that I'm standing in front of, these things are always running, same temperature, 2150. But this holds all that clear glass. So when I open this door, it's got about like 400 pounds at least of clear glass in like a big ceramic bowl at the bottom of it. So they refill these things like probably twice a week. Since there's 2 of them, I guess maybe once a week, I don't know. But basically just dumping raw formula into these furnaces. For this type of glass that we're using here at the shop, at least, the company is called Spruce Pine. So this kind of glass is soda lime, silica, and something else. But it comes in like a sandy, like dusty kind of substance for this company, the Spruce Pine. Spruce Pine is just it's nice. It's very clear glass. It stays hot for a while. Really nice to work with. It's the expensive glass. But then there's like a couple other companies like Oceanside, Kugler. They all make clear glass as well. But sometimes you'll just have like lines in the glass or bubbles. Sometimes that kind of like different companies will stiffen up a little bit faster. So all these different glasses have different formulas. The shop that I work at, we're melting Kugler, so it comes in these like little clear pucks, and you basically just dump in 50 pounds into the furnace and it melts back down. So again, using these metal rods to scoop the glass, gather the glass is what we call it. This is all like honey, so dipping the top of that rod in the furnace and just winding it up. Unlike the bore over here, like I was saying earlier, where it all comes in tubing already. So we're gonna get ready to put the joint on this thing. Like I was saying earlier, most common sizes are 10 mil, 14 mil, and 18 mil. For this one, it's gonna be like 30 mil, 40 mil. So with these two torches going, it's got a different heat base. So Sarah back there was torching the punty, that connection. That's just gonna keep the glass warm. If that were to cool down right on that connection, it would just crack. The whole thing would just fall off. So keeping that backside nice and toasty, making sure the glass is moving a little bit. The other torch was just a direct heat. So what Jeff got in his hand right now, it's called a puntetto. He's gonna stick this little bit of clear glass, which is kind of cold, onto that super hot piece and then pull it out. That's gonna bring all that material up, kind of thinning it out, and it's gonna break it right on that connection to create a hole. So rather than popping a hole with air, just another way to do it. So something that I keep in mind that I learned at a young age that really helped me learn just like about glass and how to work it and stuff, things to keep in mind that help me like, just get better. Cold glass breaks, hot glass bends. So when you see, like I was saying earlier, the glass when it's in that like reddish kind of orangey state, it's gonna start moving a little bit. You wanna use that to your advantage sometimes. So again, on that backside connection, you want it moving very slightly. You want it warm to where that shock is gonna like absorb into that heat. If it were to come down back on the bench a little hard, and the pipe were to like tap that metal, the vibrations would crack the glass right on that spot. But if it's warm, then the glass has a little more give to it. So Courtney over here is going to bring the joint. This is with my section. So I did the color on this one. It's a Marini roll-up, kind of inspired by like African kente fabric. put the joint down now, and then the neck, and then it's done.
Cat in my driveway. Hi, kitty.
Sitting there. Start meowing at it through the microphone.
There's 2 black cats that live across the street, and we have like at least 3 stray cats
Yeah.
that wander through our driveway all
Love that.
You draw this? I'm like, wow. You got way better.
That's funny. Yeah, start tuning like, okay, that's mine. Yeah. Yeah. Well, well, well. So Jeff in the center bench here is warming up these claw grabbers. Gonna pick up this ground joint, stick it onto the piece. These tools, the tool that he's holding right now, the claw grabbers, basically just like a 3-prong claw. It's a really nice connection for stuff like this. So he's heating up both connection points. Just making sure it's nice and warm.
Gotcha.
Whoa. Big. Now that turtle here's got it flipped around, he's gonna start working on the mouthpiece / tail. So a fun thing about all these sculptural kinds of pieces, you can really play around with like movement. So keeping it all flowing together, he uses the top part of the kind of like where the blowhole is, acts as the stem. So where you're gonna put like your bowl piece or your banger, and then using the butt end of the tail as the mouthpiece. Not having to add like any extra parts, disrupting the flow of the vessel. Keeping it all looking and nice and clean. What's up, dude? Good to see you. Hell yeah. So again, down here, they're working on the neck. So just like the can here in the center, the neck over here is an encomoed section of 3 sections. So at the top of it, there's some scribble cane from Joe. The center is blue, but it's been fumed with silver, so it's this kind of like spacey look to it. And the bottom section is again my section with the Marini, which matches the part that they're welding on right now. those of you that may not be into smoking weed, this kind of activity, a lot of these pipe makers in this scene don't actually smoke weed as well. A lot of them do just make these vessels because they love making the art itself, love just kind of like exploring all these different techniques, just diving into the whole realm of vessels. You don't have things in order to make them. You just got to be into it. Just got to have that passion and show that you're interested in creating these things. That yo-yo thing that he did the other day?
No, this is a commission.
Oh.
Actually, like, went to Jeff Bezos.
Oh, wow. Damn. That's funny.
Like, I came back from vacation and I was like, that is the biggest funky that I've ever had.
also gave you my secret.
I-
So, fair. Well, you were like, I can't.
Yeah.
I know the inside.
I got the yeah.
The inside scoop.
I'm gonna try to take some flashes on this so you can get some photos. So I'm gonna try to take some flashes on this so you can get some photos. I want to get in there. I think once they put that on, it's gonna be 20 minutes. Until finish, yeah.
Okay.
That's my guess. Yeah.
It's harder. So bring it in my hand and I just go like this. Yeah, and then we gotta break it off while it's on there. We don't have to break it off, we can stick it on and then he just goes.
Okay. That's a stem. So we're making this giant pipe. Each of our glass blowers from the furnace side of things made a little ring with a different pattern. And we've joined all the patterns together to make the can of the pipe. I just learned that word, can. I didn't know that. Over on the far left, that's Courtney Branham, and he has the stem. So this part would be the stem, and this part would be the can. So I'm told. Does anybody have any questions? No? So we're taking the torches and we're heating up one small spot. I think that's where we're going to connect the stem. There's two ways in which we heat up the glass. Sometimes we in the big round oven, the glory hole. Sometimes we heat it up with a torch. When we heat it up with the torches, we can focus the heat in a particular place. When we put it in the glory hole, the round oven, it kind of heats it up generally. We started yesterday. So all yesterday afternoon, we made all these little sections with the different patterns in them. And then we kept it warm overnight. And starting after lunch, we started to put them together. So now we're going to connect the stem. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. So I think this thing is a little bigger than we expected. Hi, how are you guys? Good. Do you guys have any questions? You ready to go home and make your own? Say what? Oh, none of these guys have that. Just a bunch of regular guys who like fire. That's all it is. You notice that periodically, one of the glass blowers will take one of the big torches and will heat up the connection between the pipe and the rod that's holding it. The glass that's wrapped around that rod, the punty, that's fragile. As long as we keep that hot, everything's okay. If we allow it to get too cold, that glass will crack and the whole thing will fall on the floor. So we've not only got to heat up the parts that we want to shape, but we've got to make sure that connection stays warm as well. So you see now Jeff Ballard in the dark gray shirt is shaping the top of that stem. But another one of the glass blowers, Edgar, is heating up the connection where the rod meets the bottom of the pipe. We put up the multiple Encalmo drawing. So this is the way we put it together. Each of the glass blowers made one section with a favorite pattern, and then we heated up all the sections and one by one stuck them together. This kind of joining these hollow tubes, Incalmo, I-N-C-A-L-M-O. Here in the center, Turtle in the maroon shirt is working on his whale. Reticello ones, and got the goblet. So we're pretty much done. You can see one of the glass blowers has put on some protective clothing. That silver jacket and the yellow gloves are made out of Kevlar. When he grabs that pipe, it'll be about 1,000 degrees. At that temperature, the glass will be hard. It'll no longer change shape, and we'll take it to our annealing oven, where it'll be cooled very slowly over a day or so. We'll put a few drops of water on the joint between the pipe and the metal rod holding it. The water will crack that joint, and just a light tap should release it. So let's have a big hand for our artists. We had, working on that, we had Joe Solfas, Ben Cobbs, Sarah Gilbert, Edgar Valentine, Courtney Branham, Gabe Feenan, Jeff Ballard, and probably some others that I forgot. So I believe he's taking off some clear glass rods that he used to brace it while he was constructing it. Does anybody have any questions? Was there a hole where you just poke a hole in it to get the stem out?
Yep. Just has the top lip has to be ground flat on it, and then the top mouthpiece has to be forward